The same. I sit on the fence a little bit with it. Not a big fan of having fire pits out there. I said that in the last discussion. I felt it was better left to propane ones. But back to the design of it, I guess. Are we going to be offering a permit for it so that it's going to be more controlled, where you're going to be going out and inspecting them before they start burning, or are we just going to assume that they're going to do it the right way?
Through the chair, there's going to be no permits for it, but it does say that the emergency service coordinator or fire staff could go out and inspect the pits at any time, especially if there's any kind of complaints. But it does say that the homeowner is ultimately responsible to ensure and follow all of these guidelines when they're having an open fire pit. And also, too, there is language in there, in extreme conditions, we can cancel all open fire pits, even in a fire ban. So we left language in that if it's super dry, we can communicate that all open fires are banned, even with this exemption.
Keith?
So I guess my point that I want to make is, what's the difference between a fire pit in my backyard and a fire pit in Schuler, or in Elkwater, or in Seven Persons? These are just for the hamlets. What's the difference? I mean, I've got just as good a fire pit as anybody. Why are we differentiating there?
That was kind of at the direction of council, but some of the rationale behind that was that typically around, especially urban centers, they have water, they have supplied water. They water their lawns in green, and green's a lot harder to start burning than maybe in a rural residential where there's not so much water. Was a thought process behind it, but to modify it from the entire county to the hamlets was at the direction of council, with the thought process that there's more supplied water around urban centers within Cypress County.
Shane?
And I agree with you on that, Jason. It's all greener, and that's why we looked at the hamlets, because they're going to have them anyways. This gives us a bit of control. I mean, if you're in Desert Bloom or even Dunmore here, and that, with all everybody's green lawns and stuff, and they're July 1st, they're going to have a little fire in their backyard. They're going to have them. Me, I don't care how good my fire pit is. I ain't having one if it's dry out, because it can take off. All it takes is one spark and wind, because I'm wide open. But that's why we put it in, because we know they're going to do it anyways. And this will give us a bit of control. If somebody complains, if you want your fire pit, here's the regulation and the size and everything else. So I don't care for them either when it's really dry, but if it's really dry, then we can ban them. We can say complete, sorry. But otherwise, if there's just fire restrictions or whatever, they're going to have them. So that's one way of looking at it, guys.
I can tell you right now, there's one going in Dunmore every night. You can smell it in the air. Somebody's burning something. Michelle?
Yeah, I don't mind this at all because of that right there. Even now, like in the last couple of days, it's dry out in Schuler, but they're still having fire pits out there. So why not make it so it's not illegal, that they can do it? Not sure about the whole farm thing, though. But then any farmer, would know it's too dry and wouldn't have one anyway, unless they had the ability to put it out and everything like that. So I don't know, I'm fine with this.
Dustin?
Well, since I'm going to lose this battle, I see why I think we should actually add cabin lake into it. If we're going to allow it for within the hamlets, we should put our park into it too. Because the lawn's green out there because we water it. And what's the difference?
If you do that, though, what about Sandy Point?
Well, then add Sandy Point. Then
They're right, yeah, exactly. That's what
the
I'm
thing, but
saying.
I'm thinking if we're going to do it, we may as well add our parks into it too. Sandy Point's not irrigated, though. The only
No,
reason
but
I
it's
say
right there
cabin
at
is
the
because
river.
it's irrigated.
Not all cabin lake is irrigated, though, is it?
I believe it is.
Who's our public works? Is Cabin Lake fully irrigated?
All of it watered?
Yes, but it's up to the people that have the campsites. So Dale moved the hoses around, but right around the campers, that's like he designates a day, so it's like Thursdays. You got to do your watering Thursdays because that's when the pump's going. And we've been having really a lot of troubles with July and August with having water. But it might change now because of the level of the lake. But we didn't have enough extension for watering, so in August we weren't having no water.
And it's only half filled right now, so we can't guarantee that water source. That can't be guaranteed.
At least the hamlets, we can guarantee the water source. Might be low pressure, but we can guarantee the water source. Do we have a fire break around our campsite?
No, we do not. It's all just tinder grass, like on the outside of that Caragana.
Okay, any other questions or comments? I have the motion on the floor to accept it as presented. Oh, go ahead, Keith.
So this is just for Hilden, Schuler, and Dunmore and 7 persons?
All our hamlets,
All hamlets.
all hamlets. Yeah, Elkwater is in our jurisdiction.
I was just going to ask that. Elkwater's not,
No, that's
Elkwater's not in our jurisdiction anyways, right?
Parks control.
So they have their own rules, so.
When we have complete fire bans on, they still burn out there.
Yeah, that's correct. So last year, we put our fire ban on first, but within Elkwater Provincial Park, that's different. I actually spoke to the media about that yesterday and tried to clarify the difference between Cypress County and Elkwater Provincial Park. And we posted that on the website as well and referred people going to Elkwater to ensure they go to parks.gov to ensure that they're following the right protocols for Elkwater.
Okay, any other questions? I'll ask for the vote. That's carried. Motion for third. Shane? Okay. Vote. That's carried. 6 point, just number 6. What was that one?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is the CIO report on page 30. The recommended motion that council approve the CIO report as presented. Is there any questions?
Thank you, Jason. Everybody's read it? Any questions on it? Not seeing anybody moving. Richard?
A question, you've had a meeting down at, I'll say at the 1-4 fire station. Is that progressing or we had a kind of a halt? Is there anything we can talk about today?
No, I think that, so we had a meeting here and then also too, our team went down and met with 1-4. There will hopefully be some recommendations brought forth in September in regards to it. It's multifaceted, and our team will bring back recommendations for that for 1-4.
Since you had the question, you're moving it.
Yes.
Anybody else? Not seeing anybody? I'll ask for the vote. Carried. 7, grieving counselors report. Mine is in there. If there's any questions on it, wasn't too much going on. Other than a bunch of phone calls, but start with Michelle.
I had a Cypress meeting, and I think that was it. Other than council, I haven't done anything.
Nope, it's a holiday.
went on one of those too, but I didn't think I needed to say that.
Dustin?
Not much for me. Richard and myself attended the parade at the Seven Persons Family Fun Fair, and I think that's about it.
Shane?
Nothing really. It was quiet, but just on a personal note, right now, if anybody is interested, you can go on to the Brooks and District Health Foundation. My son had purchased 8 tickets to the sold-out Luke Combs concert in Edmonton, and he can't go, so he donated it to the Health Foundation in Eric's, his late son's name, Eric, and for a fundraiser for a respiratory machine that they want to buy. So on site, it's online through the Brooks Health Foundation, and right now there's been an extra 72 items added to it. So it's got from golf packages to hotel rooms to bales to feeders. So it's on the Brooks and District Health Foundation under Eric Hawk. Pediatric fund, all money raised will be going to the pediatric department. So that's something dear to my heart, so I just thought I'd share that.
Thank you, Shane. Richard?
May 4th, I went to a Chamber Policy Committee. May 11th, in the evening, I attended the Cypress County Library Board meeting. On the 13th, yes, Dustin and I were in the parade. He was the fireman, I drove the red vehicle, but. Pardon me?
Who is Snoopy?
Snoopy. You gotta ask Dustin. Anyway, that community had a really impressive turnout. It was larger again than last year as far as the amount of people in the parade and the amount of spectators. So, that's hats off to them. I had a couple of phone calls. One of them was some Desert Bloom residents. They're happy with the big bins, but their question is about green bins, and I guess if it can be answered today or else later on, but were they given an option? Did we not do a survey at one time to see if they wanted that or not?
Through the chair, they said no at the time.
So if, just as a conversation part to them, they would have to have the majority of those people that would say yes, if they want to have a green bin, and it's basically probably almost a doubling of the price that they're paying now, I would imagine, right?
Yeah, so what we can do is send a survey out to them.
Okay.
And bring back the findings to council, and then go from there.
Yeah, I don't think they anticipated how much green or lawn clippings and stuff they were actually going to be accumulating all the time, because there's some fair-sized yards there. So anyway, if we could do that and just see what happens.
So the green bin and recycling then.
They never asked for recycling. They just
We'll put
asked.
that in. We'll put that in the. We'll put that in the survey
Sure, however you want to do it. So.
and bring that back. So might as well, if we're going to do it, might as well do the full meal deal and make sure.
Yeah, I had suggested that, like we do in Suffield and is it Irvin, that a low-sided big bin could be put in a couple of spots and they could do their early spring cleanup. But some people didn't like that idea either. So we'll do what we can, but.
So that could be a question on there as well, if they wish to have a roll-off for a weekend in May.
Yeah, okay.
We could put that as part of the question.
Appreciate that. Other than that, just numerous phone calls about different things. Some were good and some were nasty, but that goes with the job, so that's it.
Wayne?
Yeah, not real busy, but same thing. Well, on May 8th, attended with the ASB staff and Kim as well, and Alice presentation, the 201. That program seems to be that could be fairly beneficial to our ratepayers as well as the county. So I think we're going to have the administration's going to look into a little bit more of the logistics on how we can take part in that program. It seems to be fairly grant-based, so but there is a little bit of work involved as far as like an administrator, or I don't know if that's the word or not, but, so we have to look into that a little bit more and talk about it with ASB. May 11th, attended the Irvin Futures Beef on a Bun supper they had in their silent auction. May 11th, that night, had a Cypress County Library Board meeting. And then as I come to town today, I see the fence is up and the work shack is down on the Resource Center location, so it looks like there's some progress starting to happen there. And that is it.
Thank you, Mike. Robin?
Nothing to report here.
Keith?
Regular council meetings, and on May the 9th, I zoomed in on the PEP meeting, and that was about it. PEP meeting was short. They needed to replace somebody on the executive that had passed away, so we selected a new. I had all the fancy wording at home on a piece of paper, and I forgot it, so that's about. Yeah, go ahead.
I missed that meeting. I was in Calgary, but did they hire a manager or executive director at that meeting?
Yeah,
They
yeah,
did?
that lady, I think her name is Barbara Kulik. Starts with a B, I know that.
Yeah, but they did hire somebody.
Yeah, they did
Okay.
hire somebody, yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Keith. Lloyd?
I was sort of kind of busy there for a few days. Besides attending the regular meetings, I went to the Elkwater Association meeting. They're quite concerned about the marina. Got brought up that the community association may get involved in helping finance or take it over or running it. They're still deciding. I think they're waiting until after the election to see what happens. Had a few phone calls. Had a couple of meetings with the 1-4 Fire Department, and other than that, it's been quiet.
Thank you. Michelle's moving the reports. Any questions on them? Vote. That's carried. Okay, we're on to 8.1. Richard, do you want to take this one?
I will make the motion. That sounds like a heck of a good idea. So I'm thinking maybe free beer for the week for me.
First, he starts off with a day, then he wants a whole week.
Tara Lynn, did you want to elaborate on it or just
I
let it
think he
be?
did a wonderful job, and just that council declares that June 5th to 11th, Seniors Week in Cypress County, to celebrate seniors and their valuable contribution to the county and our province.
Do we put seniors or Richard Ulster Week?
AK.
Yes, I have.
Go ahead.
Nothing major question. I was just wondering if anybody knows is there any functions planned by any of the hamlets or any of the associations for the week, or, Kim?
Not at this time, but that's something that we'll be looking at for next year, because there's funding available, but you got to apply for it in February, and then it's based on for Seniors Week. So that's something we'll be working with community groups for 2024.
We should have a relay, they should have a relay race with their canes, eh?
Try not to plan anything in the afternoons, or we're going to miss our snooze, okay?
Okay, vote. That's carried. 8.2, Tara Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sunrise Park Dunmore infrastructure request. To recommend motion that council directs administration to proceed with the washroom facility, storage pad, and the parking lot in Sunrise Park in Dunmore, with costing $52,000 to be funded from the Land Recreation and Community Development Fund. On page 59, there is background information, and 60 shows the map. Is there any questions?
Robin?
It's a bathroom facility, so I'm just curious with how close they are to the co-op, why wouldn't
if they need to use the washroom, just go for a walk down the road to the co-op?
So there used to be a washroom there, and it was utilized extensively by little kids in that playing at the park. And when they have events there, and then the floor rotted out of it, and it was dangerous, so we pulled it out a couple of years ago. So there has been what has been seen is that a washroom would be advantageous there at the site. It's just this one right here. Oh, sorry. No, sorry. Yeah, it's just the one just to the south. Exactly. Yep.
Blaine?
Well, I can make that motion. I mean, when we had the the pancake breakfast there last year, like there was a huge amount of people there, you know, so if there's going to be more functions going on there, I'm pretty sure we need a washroom there. Plus, what's going on there in May or something?
The grand opening on the 26th.
Yeah, that's what it is. I knew there's too many dates, I lose track of them.
And then in June 7th is the county's volunteer appreciation barbecue at that facility as well.
I mean, I understand it won't be ready for those functions, but, you know, with that new building there, you're hoping?
If you guys say yes today, it'll be ready.
Okay, let's get it.
Yeah, my poor team.
Kim just put his head down. Oh, boy.
So did Ken.
Yeah. There's been a lot of work going on over there. Richard and I spent a day cleaning up that parking lot from what was left over, and then the county was good enough to come in and grade that out for us, because man, it was rough in there. But it's come along pretty good over there. It's pretty green, but the parking is needed, and the washrooms are needed. Go ahead.
I'll just add to my motion, and I think I read it here now, yeah, there it is. And the funds coming out of the Land and Recreation Fund, so, which is, you know, kind of what that area is zoned for, so I think it's a good thing to do.
Okay, any other questions? Vote. That's carried. 8.3, Carolyn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. August meeting dates amendment. The recommended motion is that council cancel the August 1st, 2023 council meeting and reschedule the 15th to August 22nd. And that's on page 62.
Dustin, moving it? Any questions on it? Keith?
So if we're going to cancel, so we're only going to have one then
Yes,
we're gonna-
that would be the recommendation. Yeah,
on the 22nd?
correct.
So Tara Lynn tries to do that in the summertime so that all our staff can take their holidays and clean everything up at one crack there.
So our goal is to at least take 1 week, but really try to get 2 weeks. And it's a group effort to get agendas together. And so it's really tough if we have council meetings, and to have a consecutive week off. So that's the goal is to have that little block there. Because it still gives us the 22nd, it still gives us 2 weeks till the first meeting in September.
Okay.
You're good? Okay. Nice try. Or you could cancel both. Any questions? Vote. $8.4, oh, that's carried, except for Shane. He's Mr. Downer. 8.4, Tara-Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just an update on the Schuler Lift Station. The Schuler Lift Station, it came in 300,000 over? 300,000 over. However, the road work does not need to be done. So it is, that's 500,000 under. So the scope changed a bit, and so we just wanted to share that with you so you're aware of that, the force main and the lift station at Schuler is proceeding. It just, the allocation of funds is different. Yep. But just so you know, so it's a big project, and the one in Irvin is just under about 150, I think, give or take. And so that's lovely when we, with the increase of supplies and people and all that jazz. But so the Irvin one is under, and also too, we saved money there as well. Instead of going to the east or the north and ripping up road, we're going straight north, and the landowner to the north has been very kind to us and allowed us to acquire land so we don't have to go, so we don't have to rip up a road. So that has saved, we're very fortunate, has saved the organization and the taxpayer a considerable amount. So this is just an update for information. Is that okay?
Yeah, we need a motion. Yeah. You want to make it? Okay, Blaine's making the motion as recommended. Any questions on it? Not seeing any. Vote. That's carried. 9.1, Tarlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you, on page 64 is the Municipal Development Plan, CFOs. The recommended motion is the Council direct administration to proceed with the public consultation for the proposed draft amendments to locating confined feeding operations, also known as ILOs, and MAP 8 confined feeding operations, compatible areas of the MDP. As mentioned, it's on page 64, and if you have any questions, our planning supervisor and our director of municipal services would be happy to answer.
Dustin?
I'll move this. The only thing I'm still curious of is there's no room for an appeal process other than to essentially come to a council meeting and ask for a delegation request to a council meeting. Is there any way we can add something in, and I'm not sure if it should be on council level or if it should be on MPC level or where it should be for this to come forward?
So it's a statute, so because it's a statutory document, there's no appeal process.
I guess, sorry, I phrased that wrong. There's no, it's not even appeal, I'm trying to say, but if someone, for example, where it still says should not, so there's still, the NRCB is still gonna ask or want them to come to the county first, but how do they go about doing that? There's no written process for a way to do that.
Gayleen?
Through the chair, so what would happen is once an application or a registration is lodged, the NRCB will send the county a referral. And so what the process would look like is once we receive that referral, we would bring it forward to council for you folks to review it and give us direction on whether we're going to support it to the NRCB or not. There would be an opportunity in advance if the applicant wanted to request for a delegation of council, they can still do that. It just wouldn't be embedded as a process in the municipal development plan. But the intent is that council would see the application before we provide written comment.
So there will be a process. Robin?
Yeah, just for Councillor Vossler, I'm just thinking with regards to the appeal side, unless there was a requirement, I think, for them to be able to, or need to do like a land use reclassification. I think it was like an A4 is what the high intensity greenhouses were. And then to have a development permit required, that would need, MC or municipal development.
MPC.
MPC, thank you. MPC approval, and then if the MPC approval didn't come, then the opportunity to appeal would come through that. I don't even mind that option. I think that the main thing is that right now, the fact that it's permitted as long as it meets the requirements, if it doesn't meet the requirements, it's just dead, right? And so I like freeing this up a little bit more, and I don't know, there is no land use reclassification for confined feeding, but there is for greenhouse, high intensity, more commercial industrialized ag. Maybe that's something that could be, discussed a little bit even through the consultation, whether that makes any sense or not. just as a thought.
Kaylee?
So when the NRCB took over CFOs, it was embedded into our land use bylaw previously that they required a development permit for their CFOs. It went forward to the NRCB. My concern with embedding that now into the land use bylaws, whose jurisdiction is it? Right, so if we get into an appeal process, our appeal board doesn't have the jurisdiction to hear that, it would go to the municipal government board. So they're very similar, kind of similar to wind turbines. If a turbine is appealed, we have no authority to decline it. So it's kind of a moot process if we have it in the LUB.
But going this process gives you a process for us to see it. Yeah. Michelle?
Just a question, is that going to make a difference for the existing CFOs? Because I was been thinking about this, and when we voted on this, I don't think that I was really thinking about the existing ones. I was thinking about new ones, and for the new ones, they're fine. But I've gotten a few phone calls over the last little while from existing CFOs that are want expansions and stuff like that. Will this process that you're talking about help those guys? No?
Kayleen?
So I think what the issue, when we're looking at the expansion of existing, the issue is the contents that are on that map 8 compatibility area. So Councillor Bossler pointed out last meeting that that map just has kind of the whole area throughout the irrigation districts swarmed with where we're not going to permit them to be located. So I think once we look at some amendments to that map 8, maybe even looking strictly just at an exclusion area for the area that's within the Medicine Hat boundary and 3.2 kilometers past that boundary, I think that'll help to clarify. The expansion says that we should not encourage them, but again, we can have a process that council has the opportunity to review those applications also.
Good? Robin?
So Keeleen, with your comment on the jurisdiction, previous to the amendment, we basically recognized the jurisdiction fell under NRCB. With the amendment that we made to the NBP, we've taken that back now, essentially, but recognizing that we may not necessarily want all of it. So I think that the conversation or the question the council needs to ask is, who do we want to be in control of this? Because it is more complicated than I think we want to get in the middle of, like with the whole matrix that they have on the setbacks and all the different requirements. It's one of the things I really like. In fact, I've always felt that NRCB would be a good fit to manage and oversee greenhouses as well, just because of the fact that it brings in the complexities again. So it's like your argument was kind of that, we don't want to give up the jurisdictional authority, but do we? I think that a big part of this right now is that the way that we put the amendment through had unintended consequences. We wanted to make sure that we had a say, but we certainly didn't necessarily. I don't believe that the intent was for us to come in and take over all of the nuances that comes with that. So is that accurate kind of from your perspective, from how you've seen this go through?
I think so. But one of the considerations of the 3.2 kilometer setback, though, too, is so that we're taking future plans into consideration, right? So area structure plans where we've identified future residential growth. We want to make sure that those areas are existing, that the NRCB may not take into consideration because there's no house there, right? So that 3.2 kilometers protects that future growth because NRCB may not take that under consideration when they're doing their MDS calculation.
That was the reason for it. Go ahead.
So basically, this amendment is basically to kind of change the scale of that map 8 then? Is that kind of what we're saying then, or what?
Kaylee?
I'm a little confused.
So what we're proposing to change is right now in the current MDP, the 3.2 kilometer setback is mandatory. So when NRCB looks at that, they're mandated to follow that. So what this amendment is proposing is just a slight change in verbiage so that it's optional. So council can still review the application, they can still say, no, it's within 3.2 kilometers, we don't want to support it, but that doesn't mean us, NRCB has to abide by that recommendation. So the way it's drafted right now, NRCB is mandated to follow what's in there. And then in addition to that verbiage change, we would also have a secondary amendment to that map 8 compatibility areas map.
Makes sense? Yep. No, it was a good job putting that together.
So is everyone clear about the process then? After the motion is made, then there's public consultation, first reading, public hearing, and then second, third. Everybody cool?
It's not done today, it's gonna be a little while yet. Okay. No questions, I'll ask for the vote. Sorry. Okay, that's carried. 10, Tara.
Mr. Chairman, we're going to start into rec board. Would you guys like to have a 5-minute break before, because that discussion might take some time? Would that be okay?
You guys just want to check the air outside, that's all. Okay, I'll take a 5-minute break. till he'll grab you by the scruff of the neck, throw you out of the chair.
Don't hurt me. I warmed this chair up for.
All right, that 5 minutes turned into 20. How's the air outside?
It has slight wind, I'd say 5K. From the southwest. Yep. I'm just going on the averages usually. It usually comes from the southwest.
All right. We are on 10.
10, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 2023 recreation grants. So it's on page 70. There is extensive information. It is a three-part, there's three motions, so 3 parts. And Leslie Ann has been taking the lead on this, and she is going to begin the discussion.
Good, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it's that time of year again where the requests, capital grant requests come before council, and you guys deliberate on the merits of their requests. So as set out in Policy Rec 2, council gives out $251,500 in operating funds to the named community associations, plus an additional $18,500 for the names associations that they distribute to the smaller clubs. In addition, County Council gives out $212,240 for recreation to the City of Medicine Hat and the Town of Red Cliff. So before you are the annual recreation grant funding requests from associations for capital projects. Typically, these requests are funded at 50%. However, council may consider giving up to 100% funding for county-owned facilities. The remaining budget for capital grant requests is $111,480 after the operating has come off and the small project grants. This year, 9 capital grant requests were received, totaling $179,589, plus an additional $20,000 in operating requests. The 2 associations that are requesting their operating increase did not request any capital grant funding for the year. So before you on page 71 is a list of the associations and their capital grant requests. I do have all their applications, and most of them I know off by heart. Most of them are, some of them are requesting 50% funding of their project. Some it's a little bit less because they have received external grants that they've applied for. And yeah, so in addition to that, we will be, if council chose to go with recommendation to approve them all, we will be over budget. However, there is additional funds that we could pull from the recreation reserve. And yeah, it's before you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you, Les. Richard and then Dustin.
So I think this is the right way you want to do it. I'll make the motion for the first motion that you're looking for, and that was the capital grant requests. And my motion would be as amended, because there's a couple of things I'd like to see, or one thing for sure I'd like to see changed. Do I explain that now?
Yep, you made the motion, you got the floor.
Okay, so when I go to Suffield and their request is on page 71, it's Suffield Community Association requesting funds to upgrade lighting and complete the roof repairs. In the past, we've always, if it's our building, we look after the whole thing. We don't ask them to use their bingo money to fix a roof and or change the lights. It's kind of the same thing as what we do in here, that we don't ask council to throw in some money to upgrade the lights. They there's probably some funding out there that maybe they could apply for. I just don't know enough about that. I know they probably just don't maybe have the experience on it, but we should be picking up the whole tab. So 12,797 should be added into that total, and then it's fair, just like we do for the other communities' halls. And that's it right now.
Through the chair, so then you would like to see their total project cost 100% funded. They have $25,594 for the lighting and the roof repair.
Yes, correct, yeah. And a little history on the roof was that it was a new metal roof was put in, but whoever the contractor was forgot to put the flashing around all the vents coming out, and that's where it's leaking, and that's where the repair will have to be. But it doesn't have to be a new roof. It just has to be done properly, and so pretty important.
Okay, that's for Suffield. Keith?
Just a question for Richard. On that roof, my understanding is that was an incomplete job when it was done. Is there any warranty work on that? Did you follow up on that at all or not?
I don't think the person that did it is answering the phone. That's all I know. So, and that's secondhand information. But I did see some pictures. I was in a meeting with John Roderman on something else, and then he showed me the pictures where absolutely no attempt was made for flashing or anything like that. So, I would hope we'll acknowledge that in our down the road that person never gets used again. So. But as far as warranty, it's done. So, and I don't even know what year that was done. I'm not sure, but.
And as we go through some of them, if you guys are looking for a little bit more of an explanation on their capital grant request, I can pull it up on the screen. However, it was just too large for me to upload all of them in the council agenda package. So they have a letter here kind of explaining, and they all have provided estimates as well for their capital projects. Most of them have provided two.
Blaine?
So you're asking for, excuse me, you're asking for 100% because it's a county-owned building, right? That's the point? Yeah. Okay.
Dustin and then Shane.
So I think the way we should look at this is essentially we have that major operating capital fund that we had set up years ago. I think it was $125,000, if I remember correctly. And that was for repairs like what Richard's talking about at Suffield. So that essentially we could move over to there and take out altogether out of the grant funding.
I think, Les, do you want to?
Yeah. So there might have been a miscommunication previously how rec was done, but currently in the recreation reserve, after your budgeted amount that you approved in the budget, there's still $821,158 in there for you guys to do. I know that we had kind of set aside that 100, but I think it was just more earmarked. It wasn't necessarily a separate account or a separate fund.
Yeah, it's essentially we just call that, we always called it major, and we pull it out of the actual rec funding situation, so there is, because there is the money for it in there.
We have 800 in there now.
And that's what I mean. So there's plenty of funding in there available to separate that out of the, if we want to call our 381 our number that we're going to use for our rec funding in the year, correct? Okay. So I'm just looking, if we pull that out, so in our own facilities, there's, that brings that to $63,000. Sorry, I was working on this and I just got sidetracked a little bit.
Councillor Vossler, through the chair, sorry, Dan. Steve is inputting the new numbers into the Excel sheet, so I can pop that up on the screen for you if you like.
That would be dapper.
I know you
I
like.
don't have to sit here and write it down.
We know you like to.
Yeah. Yeah, go for it.
So, what Rich was talking about, the Suffield Community Association, what about the Urban and District Ag Society cost then to replace doors on the facility? That's all on the complex, and we own that complex.
I was getting there.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
You know, so if we're doing one for one, we should be doing for the other too.
So Mr. Chairman, for the doors, they got grant funding already, so all they're left is the 18 grand.
Difference when the grant funding comes in.
They applied for
So-
grant, yeah.
So part of the, with the Urban and District Ag Society, part of that grant was in 2020, council approved $15,000 for, and then, 17,500 for the bar and stuff. And then they never ever completed the project, so now over time, they've gotten a new estimate. So Steve and I have taken off of what council has already committed. So yeah, I guess so. It's a blended.
Yeah. And where, I was gonna actually bring that up, one of the next things, but since that is an internal renovation, in the past, we've taken and paid for a better percentage of them as well. We could, but not all of them, so that is an option, we can add that into the major as well, just because it is essentially enhancing our facility.
We gotta watch how we do that though, because when they get the grant funding, we want that to,
Yes, but they've got the grant funding, but there's no saying that the other money has to come from the Ag Society or if it can come from us.
yeah.
Because it's essentially the same thing. It's essentially all the money's coming from us regardless.
Because we already give them that 75,000.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyways, what I was getting back to, even if we leave that in there, so that's, we're at $63,000 for our, or 63,218 for what we have on our own facilities. So I think we should take and commit to our owned facilities that we're gonna do those projects, and then we pick through, if we don't wanna fund them all, what we do on the facilities that we don't own.
Yep.
So that leaves an additional 103,574. And we could start, if you want, what do you guys want to do? Do we just want to go through them one by one and talk about them? That's probably the easiest.
Probably the best.
Yep. So Clearwater Halls, $5,483 to do roof repairs.
No, he's got this one. This has been his deal for 10 years now.
Yeah, yeah, Clearwater. So I guess that's the question. Probably just one by one, it's a yay or a nay, or if we fund some of it, or if we fund all of it.
That's 50.
And that's them asking for 50%.
Yeah, that's a 50%, so
We don't own that, so all these, we don't own any of them.
So what did we have for, you said 103,000?
So the facilities we don't own, the total's 103,574.
what's left?
So right now, I was hoping that was gonna come up on the spreadsheet, so I didn't have to look at it, or figure that out. I can figure it out quick, though.
Look behind you.
Just capital stuff, Steve, with the,
Yes.
This will be good. I think Leslie Ann's going to bring up the chart so we can kind of have a live view. But the more I've been spending with our buildings, I have noticed that there is some deferred maintenance. They need a little bit of care, a little bit of love. And what I might just suggest to council is if there's something that involves like sealing of the building, like a roof, or something that's a safety issue like a fire alarm system, that those would probably take priorities, and that's something that the county may want to fully fund, no questions asked. But some of the fun stuff or new things that may not be working towards having a safe building, council may want to decide to do a 50-50 kind of blend on that, if that makes sense. The more time I've been spending it, that might be the direction we need to start going.
okay, here, I got the number anyways. So once our facilities are taken out after everything else, and that, this includes if we're gonna do the operating grant raises, which I think they're asking for them, so we probably
Richard
should.
had a question, you better let him.
Well, it's more of a comment. We have always encouraged the associations, if they want to do upgrades, like bathrooms, I'm trying to think of some of the other things, kitchen or whatever, to go and try and find grants, and then we would be there for them. But to just go ahead and fund 100% of those, No. Lighting is a little bit separate issue because it could bring their electrical bill down, which in turn we actually pay, put money towards to pay. So it's that balancing act, but as long as everybody understands that that's how we look at it. We do expect the associations to apply for grants to do this stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Dustin?
Okay, you good? So after our buildings are taken out of that, there's $28,262 left over.
28,000?
Yep. Yeah, 28,262, and there's 103,574 worth of requests. So,
Well, that's not gonna work out so
well,
well.
it's not gonna work out so well, and it's not saying that we can't exceed some of it if we choose to, because there is a fair amount left in that fund or overlap that we either haven't used or we've put in for, or left in there for other purposes. So there is the option to exceed that number and go into a deficit on it because that fund is so big.
Well, we have that fund, so
So it's
should we
just,
not look at this and say, is there anything in here that anybody feels should not be covered? That should come out, and then whatever's left, we have the funds, let's take it out of that and cover everything else.
yeah, and that we can do too, sure.
Because otherwise, we change numbers every time we get to us something.
Les?
I understand that this is a very multifaceted kind of, not issue, but I mean, it's definitely that's something that administration needs to look at and bring back to council because it's been so piecemealed over the years. So you can see that the third recommendation is that council direct administration to evaluate rec funding, including comparisons of other municipalities, and then bring back a report this fall. So, and we'll bring you guys some options on, how, other municipalities fund their own buildings, how they fund rec, in adjacent municipalities and stuff, whether it's a point system or whatever. Because there is, like, if we get into this, we'll be here all day. I think we just
Getting
need to
pretty
do.
complex.
It is. Yeah. Well, it's it's totally up to you.
Go ahead, Shane.
On this list here, the Hilda Community, this energy power generator, what is that for?
We've turned that down twice now.
I know
It's
we've
for
turned-
backup power at the hall.
So if we grant that, are we gonna end up granting the same amount for Clearwater, for Longfellow, for Suffield?
We own,
Hilda is our building. And they actually,
We own Suffield and 7.
I think with the generator, we had discussed that to pretty good detail before and said, if something goes wrong, we can rent a generator and put it out there or move one of ours out there. That's why we turned it down in the past.
the plan in the past was that the county was gonna purchase one and be able to take it out to these halls, but they want something that was intrinsic and put in, and that's just stemming back from the fire when they didn't have power and they needed to have a shelter-in-place facility. That's where that came from.
But that's exactly what we discussed. We
Yeah.
can move something out of there portable rather
I
than.
think one thing maybe we should look at within these hamlets is we have several backup generation stations within the hamlets, so at the water facilities, at the lift stations, things like that. And this isn't really anything to do with the rec funding. But if we have all these facilities, why wouldn't we interconnect them so that we have backup power to one main facility within these communities? And, because they're already there and they rarely get used. So, and when we replace them, because I think they're on a 15-year replacement cycle, if I remember correctly. And either we take and keep the old ones and use them in there, or we put big enough ones in and put them that they can run. And there's 2 buildings within the towns that should have power when it's out: fire halls and the community halls. If those two have power, that's your essential services, and it's a place to shelter in place. So that's maybe a different direction we should look at doing instead of putting secondary ones in at different facilities.
Michelle?
I actually like that idea. And I know that when this first came out, we said, no, we weren't getting generators because we we're going to get one that you could tow around, but that still hasn't happened. And they keep asking for something, so I think we should give them something. I'm okay with giving them this, because we have not, as to date, bought a generator to haul around to the different hamlets.
Yeah, and through the chair, the reason they brought it back was I believe last time they were asking for 100% funding, and this year they've come back and are only asking for 50%. So I think that's the difference from last year.
I just look at the ones that are going to be portable. You got so much service and stuff on those. We're better off to have a portable one that goes around. And you're right, Michelle, we haven't bought it yet, but maybe that's something that a motion has to be made to put on the capital for next year. Because it's something we forgot about, but.
I think what I'm going to do once we get done the rec funding is I'll actually make a motion in regards of not even buying one now, but coming back with a plan to integrate the facilities within the hamlets to use the same backup generator. Because I'm familiar with 7 persons. The water plant's got a 30 kVA backup generator. The lift station's got a 20 kVA backup generator. That's way more power than you would ever need to run those essential services within those hamlets. So in my mind, it's cheaper to put a little wire in the ground and have something that's permanent and going to be, because you're always going to service those ones, and why have extras instead of just using what's already there?
So on that note, you want to take that out of this. So Hilda's will come out, that 17,000 will come out of here. There'll be an extra motion after this that we can discuss later. That's one. Does anybody else have anything else on here they want to, just, Michelle?
The Elkwater Golf Course, why are we giving them money to buy a lawnmower?
Yeah, we bought them golf carts last year.
I don't think I was impressed with that either.
Well, somehow this got on here. We don't have to. That's why we're discussing this. But I think you need to play more than just ask the question.
We don't own the facility. It's a park. It's a provincial park. Why doesn't the province buy it? I don't understand why we have to. They're not within the park?
Not within the park.
Okay. So then the golf course is in Cypress County, but it's not a county-owned facility, right?
I think the one thing that we forget to ask every year, and we're giving the city $200,000, and we do that every year. They give away a lot of free golfing out there in Elkwater, and we're subsidizing by buying these things. If we're going to do this, one thing we should ask for is a list of who's using what. So when we get something coming back next year that, or in the future, that somebody says we're not giving them enough money, we have a list of where we've put our money, and it shows that city people are using that or tourism's using that, but at least we'd have a list, and something should be part of this if we're giving it away. Richard?
Yeah, I think last year when we talked about it, or maybe it was a couple of years ago, it was the fact that 12 and under golf for free out there at the course, and it was our way of promoting recreation, whatever goes hand in hand with that. We do tell people that there's camping and golfing out at Elkwater, and that was one of the reasons. I think there's a pretty good substantial savings for a family that wants to take their kids out and go golfing, and a 12 and under don't have to pay. So that was the reasoning. And it's run by volunteers. It's a nonprofit. So.
Yeah, I get that, but if it's mostly city people using it, and we're already giving the city $200,000 for recreation, why then on top of it are we buying them a lawnmower?
Well, I don't think we can say it's mostly city. There's a lot of ranchers and farmers in that area that use it quite a bit. I don't know about wobbly knees over there, but I know that it is very well used, so.
Okay, Les?
Just as another point, when we added the Elkwater Golf Course to the policy, they do not receive any operating funds.
Blaine?
Well, and I'd like to back that up with what Richard said too. I mean, we use it a lot, and like I said, I think it proves as a good service to the county. Lots of county residents use it, camp out there and golf there, and I think it's a really good service for our, and it's cheap for the ratepayers to go there with. So. I think it's, yeah.
You are not low maintenance, Shane. That is definitely not a statement you can say. Okay, everybody's good with that one? Yeah. Blaine?
I guess the one that I question too is the Dunmore Equestrian bathroom. I mean, I know they're getting a big grant, but they're also asking for 100% of what's left over as well to build this bathroom. I'm under the impression they're building a building that'll have a bathroom, so I'm just a little not sure about this whole project.
Fair. Shane?
Well, it does seem like a pretty expensive, a $300,000 washrooms. For wheelchairs, it's pretty major.
Yeah, it's a little extreme. I hate to say it and be the one to bring it up, but we offered to put the road in. We offered to put the $600,000 in towards a grant, and that's when we said we were done. Now that we're asking for another $60,000. They're gonna put a building up soon that's gonna have washrooms in it. I mean, Richard?
Oh, just tossing around the idea, should we like give them $10,000 towards it just to help them out? Because yes, you're right. 61 to one project is a lot of money. But should we turn them down completely, or should we help them out a little bit?
If we go with consistency, it's 50% that we pay a max of. So that's kind of our guideline. If for any shared project funding, it's a 50% funding.
Yeah, but we already gave them $1 million on everything else.
That's exactly what I was going to say, is I think we're over our 50%, and I was going to ask that we don't do this at all and give them anything, because we're put in the roads, we put in the water, I just don't think, and that would bring our budget right almost on track if we didn't give them any.
Well, that's why we're discussing it. We can, Shane?
Yeah, through the chair. Robin, you're on that Dunmore Equestrian thing. Are they building?
You and I met with them like 4 years ago, but no, I'm not on this. So I have no idea what this is about.
But aren't they building going to start putting up their indoor arena that would have the washrooms? Does anybody know?
I do.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm just saying, I do. I was talking to a fellow yesterday, and they've awarded the contract to GVN, so I'm not quite sure when the start date is, but, yeah.
That's fine. The last time we talked about it, they didn't even know what they were building yet. But if they're building a building, they don't need an outdoor bathroom. Or we don't need to be. Michelle?
That is my point right there, is that nobody seems to know what's going on. So if we give them the money and they build these outdoor bathrooms, and then next year they build a brand-new building that's got bathrooms in it, it just seems like a waste to me.
Well, I would, I agree with that, and I think we have to be somewhat patient. I mean, I have no problem with continuing to help there, but we got to be careful of putting the cart before the horse here. I mean, if we give them money for this, and then all of a sudden, like I said, they end up building this building, I'd sooner come back, or they come back to us to help with the building or part of it or something.
Don't say that too loud.
Well, I know, but I mean, bathroom, but I mean, now we're gonna build 2 bathrooms maybe here, so I mean, I don't know, you gotta be careful with handing out money before, well, there's a lot of other projects are on the go.
Keith?
I mean, I kind of tend to agree with you, Dan, that, you know, we've done a lot already. And we've, you know, we've heard about this quite a bit, about building the road and building this and doing that. And I think we have done, nobody can accuse us of not helping.
Yep. So we got a consensus to take this out of the budget. Is that everybody's feeling? Robin? Oh, Les?
Yeah, no, definitely, we can take it out. Killian's just going to check, because I did see a member from the association come in, and I believe they were requesting a development permit for something, so she's just going to check what facility it's for, because they were just in on Friday, but we can pull it out.
I think we can, because we know they've got the money to build a building, so like Blaine said, putting the cart before the horse, building can always come back in the future.
Exactly, and come back for something else later.
Okay, is there anything else on this list? So we got Hilda out, and we got Dunmore Association out, or Dunmore Equestrian. Everybody's, that takes 80,000 out of, or just about 80,000 out. Okay?
I have one question.
Yep.
Okay, so just give me a refresher on the Dunmore Community Association one, because is it different from doing the bathroom that we just approved?
Yeah, the bathroom was ours. This is what they're doing for the association. Remember we talked about the container before?
Right?
We already got that form.
Okay, I just wanted clarification of,
It's separate.
they're separate.
This is the association. What Tarlin brought forward before was the county's project.
Okay. Okay, I see, yeah, because it's in the park alongside the,
Because it's our asset.
yeah, I got you, okay.
Okay. Any other questions on it? Okay, I have a motion on here as amended, and the 2 amendments are to take out the Equestrian Center and the Hilda for six. Uh-oh. We gotta move those monitors. I can't see you back there.
You look like Mr. Wilson,
Mr. Wilson.
home improvement.
Yeah.
How old are you?
I just want to bring your attention to one more thing, just because it's not clear.
Something we're overlooking?
Nope.
You good?
Sorry. I'm almost done.
Yeah. Well, we're reading it as you're doing that.
Sorry. And then the other part of that motion with the funding was if council chose to include the 20 Mile Urban Rodeo Committee, they're asking to be added to the policy. They're not asking for a lot of money. Table Rock gets 2,500, so they were just kind of asking for something similar, just to help with the maintenance of the facility. And it is our facility.
So before we make this decision, would this be part of what you,
Yes,
Your
yes,
other
this is
question is-
included in that motion. And the funding, yes.
it is in there?
Yes, it is.
under the extra funding, 'cause there's 10,000 to 7 persons, 7,500 to Desert Bloom, and then 2,500 to Urban Post Days.
Yeah.
Under the additional funding requests.
So that means it'll officially be on our policy then if we do this.
That is correct.
Is that what you guys want to do, or do you want to do a one-time? Because we keep adding these things to our policy all the time with no, go ahead.
They did come back to council, I believe it was last year, or the year before, because they're, 2 years ago, they're an additional named insured under the county. We do have an operating agreement with them. They, due to lack of funds, they were unable to pay their insurance. So then I believe council, I'm not sure Terrell can speak to that, council waived it for them because they had no money. And I know 4-H uses it, Jim Canny uses it. Blaine can speak to it probably a lot better than I can.
I think it's definitely a critical part of the associate, or the community down there, because they hold a ton of events down there, and like you just alluded to, this would help them, secure funds for their insurance and that kind of stuff. So I have no problem with adding them onto the list.
And through the chair, as Terrell just mentioned, they are quite an active group. They did receive some grant funding to rebuild corrals and stuff, so it's not like they're stagnant. They are very active and quite proactive and trying.
All I was going to say is that it's a county-owned facility, and I really think that if we support all the rest of them, we should support this one too.
I don't argue with that. We always throw things on, and a year down the road, we go, what the heck? How did that get on there? So I'm just making sure we're thinking about it properly. And also, I was thinking outside the box that Leslie Ann has us on here to come back with maybe changing the policies up and some ideas so maybe that's where we should put it in, but that's why I was going to say just a one-time this year until we go through everything, but it's up to you guys. If you want to keep it in, we'll keep it in. Everybody's good with it? They never ask for a whole lot the first time. It's the next time when they come back. Okay, that's in there. Yeah. All right, is there any other questions on it? The motion is as presented, with the amendments of taking out Hilda and Dunmore Equestrian Center. And no, that's already in there, so it's all part of it.
So then basically what it would be is that you would be funding, so you'd be using up your whole budget for 2023, and then you would be funding the remainder, the overage of $22,706 from the rec reserve.
Yeah. Now that Suffield one, we said we're going to do the extra 12,000 on that. Is that added in there? Okay.
That adds up to the 22 then? Does that make it?
Yeah, correct. You're just over the 22,000 that will pull from the reserve.
Oh, it's better than being that 104 we were short. Okay. Everybody's clear on that? Vote. That's carried. All right, I need 2 more motions out of this. The next one, the council direct administration to bring back a policy recreation. I should put some glasses on, I can't see it anymore. Annual grants with amendments to non-annual operating allocations. Dustin's moving that. Any questions on it? Vote. Who wants to do the third one? Michelle? Everybody knows what it is for the 2024 budget consideration. Vote. That's carried. All right. Oh, yeah, Dustin?
So I'll make that additional motion now that staff brings back some costing on tying our critical infrastructure into the existing backup set systems within the hamlets.
Or something along that.
or something along that lines.
Through the chair? Could we get it so that the motions, maybe that we review each one of the facilities for the requirements? Because it might be that it's not tied to the existing infrastructure, it might be something hybrid.
Broad like that is fine, yes. Bring back something about tying critical infrastructure into backup power.
That's a good way.
With portable, right? Yeah.
Just backup power, somebody, yeah, that's, I like that.
Okay,
Whether it's portable or whether it's
Stationary.
stationary, whatever.
do you have that, Les? Everybody's clear on it? Vote. All right, that's carried. Guess we need to go in closed. Lane's moving closed. Vote. Michelle. There we are. All right, is lunch here?
So everyone, so after lunch is enclosed is the workshop for Connect, and Connect is the broadband, Velo and Equus. And so either it depends on how interactive it is. It could be 2 hours or 4 hours or 6 hours. So it depends on how interactive you guys want to be with it. And it's ask many, many questions. So you're crystal clear on it. It's a vast project, vast.
All right, we'll break for lunch.